Okay. We go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5 p.m. Please stand for the flag salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let the record reflect that all board members are present and all admin are present. Approval of agenda it is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the May 13th, 2024 governing board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Thank you, Ms. Shed.
I'll second.
Mr. Hu- Mr. Chong. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of minutes of the April 15th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Oh, forgot all three. Ms. Estrada and Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Governing board comments. We will start with Mr. Chong.
Oh, I get to go first again. All right.
Like the
Good evening
technical
and welcome to everyone. Welcome to the Beatty community and the Beatty students here. I think we're very excited always to hear and see about all the great things that's been happening and have been happening at Beatty. So again, full house. We love it. We always love seeing faces and the reports are always so great. So welcome. I'm also looking forward to our special education report. I know that this is a population that is a high representation in our community. So, and especially we're focusing on inclusive practices, which is very important. So I know our teams here, they're gonna do a great job. So I'm sure you're gonna present very well. Since our last meeting, there's been a much to appreciate. There's been a lot of appreciations, the bus drivers appreciation time, nurses, administrative professionals, teachers, classified appreciation week. I think everyone is appreciated this month. So it takes a village and this is a very strong village. And I think if anytime you walk our campuses, you see our teachers, you see our staffs. And so I just want to echo again, another appreciation to everybody. We're always appreciative, but even more so this time around of all the work that everyone does. Everyone plays a crucial role in our teaching and learning of our students. And so hope you get appreciated this week. If you don't, tell Dr. Lee. And we'll make sure we do it right. And so that we do it right. And I think we'll do it right. So anyway, sorry, not to throw you under the bus there. I was able to attend Whitaker and Emory's open houses. And again, anytime we get to visit Kent schools, you get your bucket filled because you see all the wonderful things that happen. The classrooms were full of just energy. The walls showcased a lot of learning, CGI that we always talk about, the Readers and Writers Workshop, all of these things we say or hear, you see in action. I think the community gets to see it. I wasn't able to attend Beatty's, but I'm sure this is equally as impressive of the learning and the teaching and the work that the students have done and put all this energy in throughout the year. So it was very heart-filling and bucket-filling to see that. And it's not just like putting nice stuff on the walls, the stuff the students were talking about, the parents were talking about, what they were showcasing in preschool. I know that we visited one and they were like doing friendship bracelets and doing actual active stations. I think it's not just about what you see, it's also what they do. And I think a lot of both schools did a great job of demonstrating that. And the just the buzz and energy on the campuses, it was so great to see the community out there. So definitely shout out to both Whitaker and Emory. They did a great job on that. I'm excited to see about some of the potential new additions to our community that, coming. I know we'll be seeing it on our agenda today. I know we do a great job of bringing in wonderful people. So I say potential because we can't say official until after. So I'm looking forward to that. And just the end of school year is right on the corner. So I just hope everyone stays healthy, finishes strong. I believe testing is almost over, should be over. It depends sometimes. Pretty much over. So it's not about testing, but I know that's always a big thing on our Brian's end. So I just hope everyone finishes strong and enjoys the rest of the remaining of the school year. That's my report.
Thank you. Ms. Shed.
Thank you. Well, I'm excited to see a full house also. That's always inspiring for us. On 4/16, I went to Every Student Succeeding. That's a celebration of celebrating students who overcome great obstacles. And it was great to see them with their families and their principal. That was a good thing. On 4/18, the Rotary honored both the certificated and the classified employees of the year for the districts of all the schools that are in Buena Park. And Dr. Lee was the MC this year, so that was exciting. Have her do that, and she did a great job of it too. On 4/25, I went to the DLEC, and Brenda Bender reviewed the report of the LCAP steering committee, and which is includes a lot of community input. And she also announced the CASP and how parents could help support their students so that they would do their best job. And the parents were really happy to hear that, because it's something that they don't necessarily know without someone helping them, but to know. I know I appreciate it when I was a parent, I'll put it that way, things we could do. And then on 5/3, Tony Thurman, the California State Superintendent, congratulated the California Distinguished School recipients. And so I was thankful to be a part of that and celebrate with the Buena Park Middle School. On 5/9, I went to the Buena Park Collaborative, and Sandy Poti gave a great presentation on our district and the state of our buildings and why we need community support for the bond that's coming up on the November ballot. And on 5/10, I went to the final DLAC meeting, and they had a recognition for all the parent volunteers who put in all their time and effort to help support the parents of English language learners. And also there, Julie Lemke gave a report on special ed. And there were so many questions from the parents. I was glad to see how much they wanted to learn about the procedure and what goes on and how they can help their kids. On 5/11, I went to Super Saturday at Beta Middle School, and it's always fun to see the kids figuring out how to, they get materials and projects to do. And so they always have to figure out what's the best way to do this. And it's always exciting to see the different groups, how they decide what they're going to do first and what aspect they're going to do and who's going to do what in the group. And that was so much fun. But I think I had even more fun talking to Mr. McDonald about it, because he was like, oh, I thought they were going to do this and it looked like that. And it was just so much fun watching him and listening to him and how he encouraged the kids. He didn't tell them what to do, but he asked a question that said, oh, yeah, I could do that. And so it was just so exciting. And so I just had a great time there Saturday. And I love the open houses also. I only got to go to 3 schools this year, but I remember when I was at Gilbert, a little kid, he was walking by, and I was walking by, going to classrooms visiting, right? He says, I remember you, had this little high-pitched voice. You read to us Green Eggs and Ham. I said, yes, I did. And it's just so fun to see their excitement over reading and learning and participating and being at their school, and knowing that our schools provide such a safe haven for families. And I'm just thankful for all the work we do in our district. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Estrada.
It's always so difficult coming after Trustee Shed. She really is the heart and soul of the district, as you guys could all know and tell. Well, just to keep it kind of short and sweet, because I'm very much looking forward to the presentations later. Thank you to all our Beatty families, staff, and students. I know you guys are all excited. I saw some of the students outside, so really excited. I just have a really kind of short report. I was very excited to be able to attend some of the back to school nights. I mean, it was really fun. And then I was able to go to attend the Gilbert one, and it was really fun because seeing the missions and how some of the students were able to make them light up, and like, I know they did have a limit to how tall some of their projects could be. Some of them were ginormous and they were almost the size of their desks, even overflowing towards their partner's desks. And just hearing from the teachers, just their excitement at being able to tell the achievements of their students was really something honorable. And really, it just shows the appreciation that we do have for our teachers and just the heart that they do put into coming into work every day. And really, it's not even work to them. It really is kind of their second home. And I was also able to attend Every Student Succeeding, the ceremony alongside some of our other board members. And that was also a really heartfelt time because it really showed how much our students put in the work just to come to school every day and really go above and beyond for themselves, for their parents. And thank you to the help from their parents and the staff. It really does, it takes a village, echoing what Trustee Chong really said. It's amazing just to see the work that goes into it and really the leaders of tomorrow that we are building up. And thank you, a round of applause really to all of you guys and for just being here and showing up every day. It really, it's something amazing that we all do here. And thank you to the students as well. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frutos.
Good evening, everyone. Always love Mrs. Shed's reports because she highlights everything, so it makes it easier for myself too, so. Mine's pretty short as well. First of all, I just want to welcome all the families, all the parents, especially the Beatty community, and all the Broncos leading the way, sitting here in attendance, so thank you for being here, welcome. A few things for me were, Pendleton's, open house, and also Beatty's open house. The walls were filled with amazing classwork, art, projects. Over at Beatty, I think I had one of the best moments as I entered the school site and walked into the wellness room and I was approached by Abraham. He just made my day that much better. He stopped what he was doing, gave me a tour of the room. We had a wholesome conversation. And he didn't know that I was having a bad day that day, but him talking to me and just seeing how bright his smile was and just talking to me and having a conversation made me forget any issue that I might have had that day. So I really want to thank Abraham and his family for raising such a amazing young man, for brightening up my day that day. So Ms. R was there to kind of witness that too. And, you know, she does an amazing job with that wellness room as well. So, but staff on site was amazing. The classrooms were, you know, looking great. Again, the art projects looked beautiful. And it was really neat to kind of read some of the assignments and work the students did. It kind of took me back to when I was that age and just kind of reliving some of the work that they did. So that was a lot of fun. Also had the opportunity to join Pendleton's first graders at the Shipley Nature Center. That was amazing. I was a big kid riding on a school bus. You know, we sang The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Around. So we just had a great time on the way there and back. You know, I just enjoying the moment. But you know, it was a great little field trip. Our students learned about science and being, you know, researchers and looking for evidence. So I participated in the fun. They got to see some snakes and some other critters that, you know, that I wouldn't have touched, but they touched the rat, you know? So I wouldn't have done it, but it was a great time. It was a lot of fun. And then, you know, also looking forward to Thursday's ambassadors retreat for the year. All the ambassadors have been doing great. Mrs. Morrison and team have been doing a fantastic job with that program. And then lastly, I just want to thank everybody that has put a hand and work in the school district for all the work that they've done throughout the whole year. All the students for the rigorous work and time that you put into the classroom. I know for some of you, you hit some milestones. Some of them are moving on to middle school. Some of them are moving over to the high school. So everybody has done a fantastic job. So I just want to thank everybody as far as our board, our parents, our teachers, our counselors, our, you know, district office, classified. I want to just thank everybody because without all of you, you know, the Winter Park School District doesn't function. It doesn't run the way it does. So Once again, I just want to thank everybody and hopefully everybody has a good summer break and ready to start next school year. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frutos. As for my report, first of all, I want to welcome everyone once again. Really excited to hear about all the amazing things happening. I know it's been a month of appreciation, and my appreciation gift will be that I will not be reading my paper. I will make this all short and sweet and just want to thank everyone for all they do. I see the students looking very stressed out. Do not, you'll be fine. I just want to welcome everyone and thank you for being here, and we can get started with our superintendent's comments. Oh no, I have a large piece of paper. Well, I made it a little easier now for you.
Good evening, welcome, Winter Park School District staff. I want to welcome the Beatty community, parents and students in the room. I want to begin by just congratulating President Tharwa Ahmad. On April 23rd, the OC Board of Supervisors recognized her for her contributions as an Arab American and honored her with a copy of the resolution in support of Arab American Heritage Month. It's a national recognition, and I went in support and was a proud cheerleader and a proud photographer. With that, I want to give her the honors. We had a spaghetti dinner at Buena Park Middle School. It was my first spaghetti dinner at a middle school. And I just want to thank Dylan Locke, our percussions teacher, as well, a music teacher, as well as Principal Beckelheimer. I mean, there's something to be said about rolling up your sleeves and just getting into the work. I really appreciated district staff who came that night to be met by a large parent group. And although I have not yet eaten spaghetti since that night, I have to just commend the staff for knowing what it takes to bring together a community for a cause. So parents, if you came that night, we so appreciate your patience as kids were serving, using their best mind, just their P's and Q's. And that was another sight to see that it was very heartwarming because, you know, manners in today's society is something I think we need to bring back in conversation. So kudos to the site. And while I'm on Buena Park Middle School, I just want to also echo the joyous evening with Tony Thurman and his staff and Buena Park Middle School in recognition of their California Distinguished School. There's something to be said for being at the same table, breaking bread, celebrating together. And we had 2 board members who attended in support. So we did put in a plug to California Distinguished, the CDE, the California Education Department, and for a future visit to the school in our CTE program. So we put in a little plug there as well. I want to commend all the sites for fabulous up-in-house events. It was a showcase bonanza. And I know it takes not only, the certificated staff, yes, the classified staff, administration. It really takes the whole school to put together a showcase event that large. And it brought in our community to see our learning spaces. And there was just such a robust a community out there, not just looking at student work, but also eating great food. There was music, there was festivities. It was just a great sight to see at every single site. I'm still on this pentathlon journey. Like I attended 6th grade and 7th and 8th grade competitions, and I just still can't get over how well our teams did. Beatty, I mean, creme de la creme. We were just being called left and right for the awards. I mean, if I even read the stats to you, you'd be pretty impressed, which I'm about to do right now. 6th grade received over 56 individual medals. They also scooped the overall team. I was starting to feel bad actually for the other schools. And then I snapped out of it and I said, no. They were competing against some really tough private schools in which you would have to pay hefty tuition to attend, but not to even compare with the other schools. It was a really, really rigorous event. The kids needed to know their stuff. And I will shamefully admit that being a part of the super quiz, I think I got 2 questions right from the literature section. But other than that, there was a lot behind the scenes. It was just amazing to be a part of the team to see that. 7th and 8th grade did extremely well. They got over 30 individual medals. The seventh grade got the third place overall and the eighth grade got the fourth place overall. We're this close to going to nationals. So next year, you can just mark my words. We hopefully will bring you some great news regarding that. But I just really want to thank the coaches. It takes dedication above and beyond. It wasn't just a one-day event. It was clear. It takes intentionality, planning, working with the kids, the relationship between the coaches and students. It was just remarkable. I just want to thank Mr. McDonald, Mrs. Kim, Mrs. Bogart. I don't know if you're in the room, but thank you for allowing me and opening up that that journey for me to be able to be a part of. With that, I also want to bring up Gate Super Saturday as well. Building structures, teamwork, calculations, trials and tests, cognitive struggle, friendly competition. I now see why Mr. McDonald is the king of critical thinking. It wasn't him doing all that, by the way, a student. What a day. If I was just tempted just to even call my daughter to see what she was doing on a Saturday. Was she behind a phone or could she be a part of an opportunity to come to school on a Saturday to be a part of such an event that really you can see the wheels turning in the kids as it was planned, but it wasn't planned. It was planned because you had to have all the parts. But the unplanned part comes from the kids. It comes from their cognitive thought. And the opportunity when you give kids tools and materials and say, now you have a challenge, it's amazing what they can do. So thank you for that as well. STEM sailing. I was on a 37 sailboat. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's bigger than a soling, which is a small sailboat. I was on, sorry, I was just wanted to throw out the language. But it was that I joked about like having sea breeze in the air. It was a 2 to 3 hour journey on a sailboat with Buena Park Middle School's student sailing team, along with Shelly Andros. She took a picture of me truly with the sea breeze running through my hair and sent it to me that night. So thank you for that. I'm going to put it in my little photo journal. But I learned some sailor talk. Did you know if you say that you see the sheep in the meadow, that means it's a windy day because the white caps are out on the sea? And you never say it's a windy day. You say it's sporty, which means it's a windy day. So thank you for that experience. And this Saturday, I look forward to our Coatson graduation, where we will celebrate Whitaker for their Coatson journey. They are getting a PFY, which is a third year. It's called Post Fellowship Years. So congratulations to Whitaker and congratulations to Emory for finishing their PFY. And then I will be on to the OC Debate League Tournament, which is a 2-day event this weekend. Thank you. That completes my superintendent's report.
Moving on to our programs and reports, we have Gordon H. Beatty Middle School report. Moment you've all been waiting for.
Yes.
Dr. Lee.
Yes. We invite up to the podium Dr. Joaquin Valdez, the amazing principal of Beatty Middle School.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Cabinet, teacher, staff, guests, students. I'm Dr. Joaquin Valdez, principal of Gordon H. Beatty Middle School, the world's greatest middle school. And it gives me great pleasure to share with you today how Beatty has been leading the way. At Beatty, we're guided by two district mission and vision, and that is ultimately for us is what helps guide us every single day in the work that we do. The focus on academic success and building our students up to be global and productive citizens, but also being intentional in creating a positive culture, academic rigor, equity and access, structured PLCs, and a sense of community. This year, we've been driven by our theme, All Together Now. And this theme was inspired by the song of the same name by the Beatles. So if you've heard that song, play it in your head. And this year's been all about moving forward. And All Together Now is how students, teachers, staff continue to create a momentum of learning and collaboration. For this reason, we are distinctive in reconnecting to build school culture via 3 ways: through meaning, So we are creating meaning as we build a positive school culture through our Bronco Bonanza events that promote a sense of inclusivity. And there you can see some of our small pictures, but you can see some of our students engaging in our Bronco Bonanza, having an amazing lunch provided by our nutritional services, and just students really leading the way and engaging with each other. Through purpose, we are engaging our students in learning and growing as global citizens through engaging in purposeful academic discourse and collaboration, through robotics, through sheep brain dissection, which happened last week, and through history, building those connections and having students engage with each other through conversation and dialogue. And through belonging, we're creating opportunities from the small moments and significant gestures that build a sense of belonging. We're close, safe, and we share a future. And the way that we do it is through Coffee with the Principal, Career Day, our 6th grade science camp, our partnerships with the City of Buena Park and the Buena Park Police Department, College Year Wednesdays, speech, debate, academic pentathlon, and so many more programs that we offer our students the opportunity to engage and lead the way. But that's not the only thing that makes us unique. So let us share with you what we're most proud of. And here to lead the way with our lead character expectations is our awesome assistant principal, Mr. Jaime Carvajal.
All right. Good evening, President Ahmad, board trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, members of cabinet, and esteemed guests. My name is Jaime Carvajal, and I am privileged to serve as the assistant principal of Gordon H. Beatty Middle School. I am proud to be here today to discuss an essential part of our PBIS efforts, which is our lead character expectations. We start off with listen and learn. Learning happens in a safe and stable environment. And in order to create that, we emphasize expectations for all spaces, from the classroom to the restroom, to the library, to the auditorium that you see pictured there. In regards to engage and empower, we want our students to engage in their studies and passions so that they feel empowered to pursue these passions in the future. This idea doesn't just apply to our students, however, as we also want to empower our teachers to engage in effective professional learning communities to enrich and support the learning experiences of all students on campus. The pictures you see projected highlight one of our main goals this year of building sustainable and fully functioning PLCs. Continuing with Act Respectfully, we use advisory as a space for students to engage in social emotional learning, and these messages reverberate through our morning announcements, PBIS rotations, and PBIS recharge assemblies. The end goal is to create a successful and supportive community where our students can thrive. I want to highlight the picture that's at the top right of our students as they receive free backpacks donated by a senior living facility. In particular, we wanted to showcase the power of gratitude as they showed their support for the senior citizens who supported us. Next slide. I will close with determined to succeed. We push our students to follow their passions inside and outside of the classroom, be it through special recognitions and awards assemblies, or through our career day and college and career night, all of which are pictured on this slide. And now I will segue back to Dr. Valdez, who is going to recognize some of our community members who are definitely leading the way.
So as a way to highlight how the Beatty community is leading the way, I wanted to acknowledge a student leader. This student, oh man, it's hard because you want to recognize all students, and all of our students lead the way in one way or another. But this student really stands out. I had Ms. Young, who shared a little bit about her work with this student. But I do also want to highlight just my own observation of the student. I mean, she's truly led the way. She is a go-getter. She is a self-advocate, advocating for herself, advocating for other students. Obviously, being a leader also means that she is part of ASB. And even in that process, she does such an amazing job. Just seeing her interact, seeing her move, seeing her engage with her peers. And the one thing that stood out for me is that earlier this school year or this semester, she asked if she can schedule a baseball game, right? So to have a baseball team, an opportunity for students to play baseball. And my concern was a bat, and my concern was the baseball, which can be hard, right? And so we worked it out to have a softball bat and ultimately a soft ball. And she took the lead. She set up by teams, grade level, and she was able to coordinate, put it together, and it was just such amazing to see it come together and the students have fun. And that's what we talk about when we talk about students leading the way. But Ms. Young said this about this student. Emi Romero, an outstanding 8th grade member of the Associated Student Body, exemplifies hard work, leadership, and ingenuity in everything she does. Her dedication shines through in every project she works on, consistently setting a high standard for her peers with remarkable follow-through on her commitments. She makes sure that she gets work done, whether or not it's her responsibility. For example, she single-handedly devised and managed an intramural softball competition at lunch to provide community and competition for our sports-minded students. She takes ideas and visions and makes them a reality. Her innovative ideas consistently breathe fresh life into ASB, making her an invaluable and admired member of the team. And these are all true things, a true statement. And again, speaks highly to the work that we want our students to exemplify. It's that leadership quality, that they can lead, that they can take the initiative to make something happen, not just for themselves, but for all the students that they make a part of, all their peers in building community. So without further ado, Emi Romero. Okay. Now I want to take a moment to recognize and express my heartfelt appreciation for our next leaders. These people are truly leading the way, and these are our parent leaders. Mr. and Mrs. Cortez, thank you. Thank you for your exceptional support and dedication to Beatty Middle School. Your unwavering commitment to our school community has made a significant impact on our students and staff. Parent involvement is integral to the success of our school, and we are incredibly grateful for Mr. and Mrs. Cortez for their continued support and dedication to Beatty Middle School. The contributions have enriched our school community and made a positive difference in the lives of our students, teachers, and staff. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Cortez, for your outstanding commitment and unwavering support. We are truly fortunate to have you as valued members of our Beatty family, but sad that this will be your last year with us, but happy that you get to spoil another school at the high school level. So thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Cortez. Now, I want to move to our teachers who are leading the way, and here to share a program highlight is Ms. Bogart.
Good evening, I'm Roxanne Bogart, and I am a 6th grade teacher at Beatty Middle School. And I have taken the lead on our school-wide read, and which turns into our open house gallery. If you were at our school, you were able to see that this couple of weeks ago. But when Beatty Middle School first opened, our staff got together and we discussed that we really wanted to develop a culture of literacy at Beatty School, while also supporting our pentathlon, the novel that we read for pentathlon. And as you can see, we did really want, I just want to add one thing to pentathlon. We did have a perfect score on the math test also. It's the only perfect score for 6th grade. So I just had to add that on. Back to the school-wide read. So our 3 novels that we've read so far are Long Walk to Water by Linda Sue Park, Refugee by Alan Gratz, and Letters from Rivka by Karen Hess. All 3 books have been stories of refugees within similar themes of courage, freedom, diversity, belonging, and survival. Every staff member reads the book, and it is used in a way to connect everybody, from custodians to teachers, classroom aides, administrators, and office staff. We've all read the book and we all know what's happening with our characters. The book is taught in English classes, but electives and content area teachers also incorporate the learnings into their lessons. This year's book, Letters from Rivka, was no different. A story about a young Russian Jewish girl whose family was forced to leave their Russian homes post-World War I and leaving the persecution heading to America. The story takes you through the trials and difficulties that her family encountered. Rivka tells her story on the pages of a book of Russian poetry written by Alexander Pushkin. The novel allowed English teachers to teach figurative language and poetry analysis, as well as perspective writing, in addition to their typical literature lessons. 8th grade students were able to find the common theme in each school-wide read we've read and reflect upon their learnings over the last 3 years. History classes learned about World War I, immigration, propaganda, and Ellis Island. We've learned about how government views have changed over the years and how women's rights have evolved from the early 1900s and how women didn't have to be married to contribute to society. That was one of the themes in the story. Rivka, when she came to Ellis Island, was not allowed to enter the country because she did not have hair because of a disease. And the government was afraid that she would be a burden on society because nobody would marry her. So we kind of talked about how societal views have changed over the time, and it was a great way for us to have very rich conversations. Our math classes made scatter plots depicting on how many people have immigrated to the United States and by their country of origin. Science classes learned about ocean currents and how genetically our character Rivka could look different from her parents. Elective classes also incorporated the learnings in a variety of ways. Each class participated in our open house gallery in one way or another. You'll see some examples of student work here. Upon walking in, visitors saw the Statue of Liberty as the central point of our gallery. Visitors could scan QR codes to watch student-made videos, listen to audio recordings of student learnings. They could also vote for the cutest baby from the story before they learned about what that character really was and how they evolved over the course of the novel. Surrounding our Statue of Liberty, you could see the American dream of each student and staff member, and visitors had the opportunity to add their own American dream to our display. And you can see an example right there. Our gallery is truly a depiction of the story through the eyes of a Bronco. Next year, to bring about the inclusion that many of you talked about earlier, our school-wide read will be Out of My Mind by Sharon Draper. So we encourage you to read the novel also before coming and checking out our school-wide gallery at Open House. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bogart. And truly an exciting thing for us to be able to introduce a school-wide read. We're just finished our 3rd year and we're excited about what year 4 will bring as we continue to build on literacy for Beatty for our students and families. Here to present our debate students who will do a quick debate presentation is Mr. Hune with some of our debaters. Now, the one thing to understand about debate is that it's very intricate. It takes a lot of dedication, time to build on those skills of being able to argue your point across. And so it's not easy. I've sat in some of these presentations and I'm just blown away by how our students take the time to really respond. And it truly is it's amazing to see how our students have developed over time from last year to this year. And our students do it so flawlessly. So without further ado, Mr. Hune.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kat Terhune. I'm the debate coach at Beatty, along with Mr. McDonald, Mrs. Kim, and Ms. Bogart, who are all here today as well. They're also the pentathlon coaches of our fantastic pentathlon team. Now, I would love to do a full debate. I have all of my debaters here, but it's a full 30 minutes. So we have instead prepared a presentation just showing off some of the skills of debate so that you can kind of get an example of some of the things that we do. They're amazing. So I'm going to let them take it away and talk about what they do in debate.
Hello, my name is Reina. I have been in debate for 1 year and I'm a 6th grader. Debate is a professional argument where you argue a topic in 2 teams of 3 people. Some of the topics we have debated this year are ban TikTok, full planetary status should be restored to Pluto, student loans should be forgiven, Barbie does more good than harm, professional athletes are overpaid, the president should serve a single 6-year term, and private schools create educational inequity.
Hi, my name is Amy and I've been in debate for 3 years and I am an 8th grader in our debate speeches, we always format our key points into AREIs, which mean assertion, reasoning, evidence, and impact. An example of an AREI is from the topic ban animal dissection in schools. Our assertion is ethical concerns. Education should foster empathy and compassion towards all living beings. By eliminating animal dissection, schools can promote these values and encourage students to consider the ethical implications of their actions on the world around them. Teaching students to respect and value life extends beyond human life. Engaging in dissection can desensitize students to the inherent value of animal life, reinforcing a view that animals are mere objects for human use rather than sentient beings deserving of respect. Our evidence is, according to the National Library of Medicine, biological supply houses breed animals such as mice, rats, and rabbits. Obtain fetal pigs from slaughterhouses that cut them from their mother's bodies after their mothers are killed, and trap or take other types of animals from a variety of locations. For example, millions of frogs are captured in their natural habitats every year for classroom dissection and experimentation. And the US, the Department of the Interior, has even stated that amphibian population declines are due in part to the use of these animals in classroom dissection. Other animals, such as the cats commonly dissected in biology courses, are obtained from animal shelters, pet stores, backyards, and the streets of the US and Mexico. This impact will be based on significance and result. By eliminating this practice, schools will foster a culture of compassion and respect for all living beings among students. This shift will align educational practices with modern ethical standards, promoting the use of alternative teaching methods that are equally effective while avoiding the unnecessary harm and suffering inflicted on animals. Moreover, such a ban would reflect the society's evolving understanding of our responsibility towards animals and contribute to creating a more humane and empathetic future generation.
Hi, my name is Altair and I've been in debate for 2 years and I'm a 7th grader. Another key skill we learn in debate is how to refute, a process of respectfully and directly answering an opponent in your speech using the 4-step refutation method. For example, they said that ethical concerns regarding the use of animal dissection in classrooms, but we disagree because these dissections actually support students and foster a love for biology and education. Therefore, animal dissection is a key aspect of science education and not an ethical concern.
Hi, my name is La, and I've been in debate for 2 years, and I'm a 7th grader. One of the most important parts of debate is called clash, or when you disprove arguments brought up by the other team. In a debate, developing a solid case is important, but it is also important that you take down your opponent's case. This can happen through refutes as well as.
Yes, you stated that clash was just the refuting, but it can happen through POIs and heckles, where a student interrupts the speaker and offers a clashing viewpoint.
That is true. POIs
And heckles
are an important part of how debaters clash with each other throughout the debate.
Hi, my name is Jaden. I have been in debate for 2 years, and I am a 7th grader. Another key skill that we develop as debaters is weighing arguments when the third speaker explains why their arguments have more of an impact. An example is the opposition continues to neglect the alternative to animal dissection and stands firm with their point that it should be a student and voluntary choice in the name of education. Yet, Judge, what they fail to recognize is that there are books and online websites that exist for an alternative animal dissections. This does so much and even supports their ideals. An effective way to learn, but this time without animal cruelty, banning animal dissections in schools would ultimately be preserving our environments and ecosystems, saving so much money being wasted on an unnecessary, brutal way of learning, bringing value to life and education, shielding children from trauma, and the heart of the topic, saving millions of animals' lives annually. This is a future we should be investing in, which is a future that is being proposed to through the proposition side of this debate, strongly and clearly agreeing to the topic that animal dissection in schools should be banned.
Debate is a part of the honors program at Beatty Middle School as well. In our 6th grade honor classrooms, all students are introduced to debate. In our 7th and 8th grade honors English classes, students read a classic novel and then debate about a topic related to that novel. For example, I read the classic novel Of Mice and Men, and we are currently debating the topic of whether or not Lenny's death was a compassionate act of mercy. They take place over the next few days, and in fact, you are also invited to come and view these debates at Beatty Middle School.
Hi, my name is Mina. I've been in debate for 3 years and I'm an 8th grader.
Debate has taught me many life skills and useful lessons. Debate has taught me how to speak in public without being scared of judgment and to stand firm in my views. I think this is a very important trait as it would allow you to confidently and efficiently present your ideas. Debate has impacted me by giving me a broader perspective on many topics and paved the way to explore a subject I love. To not just me, but to every one of my classmates, debate is not just a mere hobby or an elective. It is a fundamental part to us all. Additionally, I also get to be with my favorite teacher, Mr. Yush. Hi, my name is Chaman. I have been in debate for 3 years and I am an 8th grader. On top of this, our debate is an award-winning program. Our school participates in the Orange County Debate League with over 30 schools from throughout Southern California. Some awards we have won in the previous and current year are 1. 5th place school in the December or March tournaments. 2. Our 6th grade teams placing in the top 10 speaker at each tournament this year. 3. 1 or more of our top debaters placing top 20 speakers at every tournament this year. And 4, most importantly, last year in 2023, our team of Eugene Kim and Olivia Wu beat out over 100 other teams to be the #1 team at the national championships.
Thank you so much for taking the time. For debate, we usually, instead of clapping, we knock. So if we could give our debaters some knocks for their wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Hume. Thank you, students. Can we give him a big Bronco lead the way? Congratulations. So one of the things that we have is we have a Bronco call. Okay, so when we say Bronco, students know, student staff, they know to respond, lead the way. So in honor of debate and in honor of all our students and parents and everyone here today, Broncos! So it's truly, again, amazing to see. And I get choked up just thinking about what we are helping to create, what our teachers are doing in the classroom to build our students, their self-esteem, their confidence, to be able to get up and debate with somebody else. That takes, it takes practice, it takes time, but it's a gift. And it doesn't come naturally, it has to be built over time. And I'm truly appreciative of the time that our teachers commit to engaging with our students, but also the time that our students are putting to engage with themselves, but also to give themselves that opportunity to truly be the best that they can be, right? So this is what high school is gonna get. They're gonna get a group of students that are talented, that are truly about learning and engaging, and that you can't get that anywhere. So again, thank you so much for that. But Beatty couldn't do this work alone, right? It takes a village, as the old African proverb says, right? It takes a village, and truly for us, we're fortunate to have a village. You know, obviously we partner up with OCDE, and our district is also very supportive of the work that we do. But here to share a little bit more is our amazing school counselor who is leading the way, Ms. Verdinkin.
So I'm really excited to share about community partners. I told Dr. Valdez, I'm like, we're gonna need another slide because honestly, I think it's so important to be able to reach out on the community who specialize in different areas that can provide their knowledge and their experience to our students and our parents. So to start off, we are part of a TUPE, which is Tobacco Use Prevention Education. One thing that we try to do every year for the last 2 years so far, and I'm going to continue it, is we do an esports tournament to try to provide students with an understanding that there are lots of different ways to release stress or any kind of emotions that they might have, or and basically sometimes gaming is a way to do that. And so we provide them with the space to try to meet them where they're at. We also had the opportunity to work with Project Kinship, which provided a lot of mentor support as well as restorative circles in the classroom. OC Grip, which helps provide parent intervention meetings as well as mentoring as well with our students to provide the students that could be potentially at risk with additional supports and encourage them to go in a more positive way. Buena Park Police, obviously, we have our SROs and they have been incredible at our school site. MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, came out and provided a parent presentation as well as a booth at the table for students during lunchtime. Club Live is an incredible partnership with Orange County Department of Education, where we have a club that provides students with an opportunity for leadership activities in promoting a drug and alcohol free campus, as well as student wellness. Advance onto college. We recently connected where they also came out and did parent and student presentations to provide information on what is needed to know in order to be able to go to be prepared for college and life after high school. The Friendly Center has a wealth of resources, including counseling and parenting classes and then some. Hazel Health is something new where we are able to refer students for therapy, teletherapy. So whether it's via Zoom or on the phone, and it can actually happen during the summertime, which is actually something I'm really excited about. I have USC interns, counseling interns that have provided support where they're giving direct service through individual, group counseling, educational workshops, wellness center support, and then some. Care Solis is another school-wide, district-wide support where we can refer to them to help provide counseling linkages or for mental health and substance abuse prevention. Outreach Concern provides direct service mental health support as well as straight talk. And obviously the Well Space is the collaboration that we were able to get where we have the wellness centers in our schools, as well as they help provide a wealth of resources through CHALK. I actually have CHALK educational professionals coming out on Wednesday to do a positive affirmations tutorial. And in the past, they also came out for stress management as well. So it's just amazing, all the supports that we have from the community and within. Thank you.
So thank you. On behalf of our students, teachers, and staff, thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to be in this space with you and share a little bit more about how Beatty is leading the way, and Beatty as a whole, our students, our staff, our parents, because it truly does take a village, and everyone contributes a little piece every single day. We are so grateful to be in this space with you again, and as a token of our appreciation, we would like to present our board, superintendent, and cabinet with a small token. So here to present are Lady Bronco cheerleaders.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One, two, three. Let's go Broncos, blue and orange. Let's go Broncos, blue and orange. Let's go Broncos, blue and orange.
And now I'd like to open it up to see if the board has any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I want to thank you. That was a great surprise at the end. I didn't know we had a cheerleading squad. That's awesome.
So just to give a little bit of
Can we
context,
borrow them?
that is, so you actually saw some students in there from Emory and from Whitaker. We did open it up to students that wanted to be a
nice.
part of it, obviously that, our partner schools at Beatty. So this is something for 24-25, but we started it early because we had to have cheerleading clinics to try out, and it was open to both girls and boys. And ultimately, we ended up with 20 interested students that wanted to be a part of it. And we ended with 17 that actually decided to go through with it. So
Nice.
we're looking forward to next year, but
Congratulations.
we wanted to kind of do a little presentation before next year.
Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for the little gift. and Thank you
Yes.
for the presentation. It's great. Next
Maybe-
up, we have, did you want to say something? Okay. We have our special education program report. Dr. Lee.
Yes, I would like to invite Julie Linicky, our Director of Special Education, to give us a special report.
Yes, thank you. How do I follow that?
You don't have cheerleaders.
All right, good evening, Governing Board President Ahmad, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Cabinet members, any special education staff and guests. This evening, as I present the annual special education report, I am excited to share information and progress towards inclusive practices throughout the district. So here's the agenda for this report, which will outline student programs and state targets, keeping least restrictive environment in mind. I will share the definition and research-based benefits of inclusion. However, the heart of the presentation will be on the many opportunities around the district where staff are fostering inclusive communities. Next slide. On this slide, you will see the number of students in particular programs and receiving supplemental services. These numbers are ever changing each day as IEP meetings are held and for students who are newly qualified or are exiting from special education. Next slide. So when we look at the definitions and requirements for providing the least restrictive environment, it is important to highlight that to the maximum extent appropriate, students with disabilities should be educated with children who are not disabled, and that removal from this environment occurs only when the nature or severity of the disability is such that being in regular education cannot be achieved satisfactorily. Next slide. So the definition of inclusion is defined as supporting students with disabilities through individual learning goals, accommodations, and modifications so that they are able to access the general education curriculum in the general education classroom and be held to the same high expectations as their peers. Next slide. Research has shown that inclusion has benefits for all students. To highlight a few specifics, students with disabilities are absent less, have higher scores in reading and math, and are more likely to have jobs and pursue education after high school. And their peers are known to be more comfortable and empathetic of differences, have a more positive self-esteem, as well as more diverse and caring relationships. Next slide. So before we dive into our current inclusive programs, it is important to note the state requirements. There are 14 state performance plan indicators, and one of which is least restrictive environment as it relates to time spent in and out of regular education for all students with disabilities. This slide represents the progression of the state indicator for the percentage of students in TK through 8th grade that need to be in regular education for 80% or more of their day. This mainly applies to our students in RSP and speech. And by next year, we need to have 67% of our students with IEPs
in regular education for at least 80% or more of their day. Oh, sorry, next slide. And by 2025, 70%. Although our numbers are constantly changing due to enrollment and eligibility, we are currently at 62% for students meeting this target. And when we look at specific numbers, that means we are 29 students away from the target. So what does that look like for next year? About 389 students must spend 80% or more of their day in general education. Next slide. In addition, we must also consider the number of students who spend 40% or less of their day in regular education. These would be our students who are in special day classes. So by 2025, only 12% of our students should be in regular education for less than 40% of their day. This equates to only 78 students spending about 2.5 hours or less of their day in general education. And as you can see, there is a need to increase this time that our students are spending with their general education peers. Next slide. So where are we now and where are we going? I'd like to highlight the programs that demonstrate the commitment to providing an equitable education for all students throughout the district. Here you can see some of the wonderful opportunities that are happening at our middle schools. At Buena Park Middle School, there are collaboration classes where general education teachers and education specialists are co-teaching. Students in the moderate to severe STC class spend time in the general education PE and electives. English learners also participate in ELD classes, and special education instructional aides also provide support in core classes to help meet their IEP goals. Likewise, at Beatty Middle School, students in STC classes mainstream for PE and their electives. English learners can also take the general education ELD classes and receive push-in support from the education specialists and instructional aides in their core classes. Next slide. At Corey School, the long-standing full inclusion program continues to thrive. Co-teaching models are employed to promote inclusive classroom environments. General education and special education teachers collaborate to deliver instruction, providing differentiated support to meet the needs of all learners. They also have incorporated a learning lab in upper grade where any student can receive intervention. Universal design for learning principles are integrated into curriculum design to address the diverse learning needs of our students. Students also are included and flourish in the VAPA setting. Some participate in the school musical and choir. This has shown to have great benefits with socialization and giving them more confidence. In addition, it was noted that staff have seen more parent involvement over the years for students in the full inclusion program. Next slide. In the elementary special day classes, students' IEPs are tailored to their specific needs and learning goals. These plans outline the necessary accommodations, modifications, and support services required for the student to succeed in general education. At Whitaker School, students participate in the ELD rotations. In some grade levels, a soft start to the morning brings students together for the beginning of the day activities and lessons. And students are mainstreaming into general education when appropriate. And they recently launched today the Unified Champions and Special Olympics. We've already seen the great success of that program at Pendleton School in their second year, where students enjoy physical activities together to also build social skills and communication. Pendleton students also share time with their peers during PE and mainstreaming opportunities. Next slide. With the expansion of our preschool program throughout the district, we are able to provide more opportunities for preschoolers with disabilities to interact with their typical peers. At Buena Park Learning Center, students spend time together during structured play, recess, and for some during mainstreaming. Currently, throughout the district, there are 27 students with IEPs that attend our state preschool program, some of which are at the Learning Center for their program there, and then they leave and go to the state preschool class. We also added something that's really exciting, the special speech and language pathology assistants that are guided by our speech therapists to provide early intervention within the preschool classes with the goal to prevent the need for speech services. It gives children the tools they need to strengthen social emotional skills and expand their language. This program has generated a decrease in negative behaviors due to children learning how to effectively communicate their wants and needs. Children have shown an increase in independence and self-esteem as well. This early intervention offers children the opportunity to learn and strengthen communication skills, ultimately leading to school readiness and lifelong success as they're participating in the general education classes. Next slide. So our next steps to increase push-in model for our RSP students, expand mainstreaming for STC students as appropriate, adding more collaboration classes at the middle schools, and of course, providing professional development for co-teaching and mainstreaming and behavior interventions, while also expanding our preschool inclusion opportunities. So in closing, our district is committed to fostering inclusive practices that promote the academic, social, and emotional growth for all of our students. By embracing diversity, collaboration, and ongoing professional development, we continue to strive towards creating learning environments where every student has the opportunity to prosper. Through our collective efforts, we aim to build a more inclusive and equitable future for all of the members of our community. I really want to give a special thanks to all of our hardworking staff for creating environments where students feel supported, included, and empowered to succeed alongside their peers.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions?
I have a comment. I always want to throw a shout. I often see people talk about inclusion or the effects, and you take their word for it, but then when you see it in person and you see the truth, I want to give shout out to Whitaker. I know because we went there to their gala. All this has to be built together with like relationships and like trust and like love. And so I think I witnessed that more like personally. I mean, I've been in Fullerton for very long, and I'm sure they did great there too. But here, I have to say, what I witnessed with what the staff does and their commitment was like off the charts. Like that's true, actual putting your actions to your words, and I think that's a really good example. So I just want to give a little shout out to that, because what you shared today would be like theory in some things, but when you see it in practice, then that's backed. So. I just want to say good job to your team and everybody that's involved.
Thank you for that. Yes, it really is a collaboration that needs to happen, because our general education teachers are welcoming the students into their class, sometimes without any support because the student doesn't need it. And it's very important that everybody's on the same page for that. So thank you.
We see an evidence of that at Corey as well, their immersion program. Exclusion program, excuse me. Their teachers have just opened the doors and they have mindsets that embrace what you just mentioned, once again, in word and theory to action. So thank you to the Corey staff.
I did have a question about the state preschool. Is that separate from Buena Park School District, or is that part of Buena Park School District?
It's our state preschool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in collaboration with Ms. Beckelheimer, we have worked together to increase inclusion, because there are state targets for that as well. And we've worked closely to, provide space in those classes. For Mrs. Beckelheimer has done that to, like I said, for students that go to our STC classes in the morning, they can go to the state preschool in the afternoon. And they're going without support, and we're working with their teams to help with training and
Thank you.
That includes mild, moderate, and moderate.
I just had a question about the slide that had the arrows.
Mhm.
So are we, when we're looking at the percentages, are we looking at the actual student or is it just the number keeps changing? Because what if a student enters an IEP later on? Is it like a 6-year, within 6 years, they want 80%, or is it just by that year?
So those numbers are the percentage of students that we have. So the percentage of students that we have by 2025, 70% of them must spend 80% or more of their day in general education.
Yeah, so is it, would they have been like in the program for 6 years, or do they just want them?
It
They
doesn't-
don't look at that.
It's
Okay.
when they take
Really
a
interesting.
snapshot, which is typically fall one, is when
Mhm.
they take their snapshot of, these are the students we're looking at right now.
Okay, that makes it much harder.
Mhm.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to get clarification on that.
And I've gone out to every school site at their staff meetings and shared that with them as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have something. I just want to say thank you for the work our ed department, our special ed department has been doing with all of our students to be inclusive. This kind of hits home for me as well, having a child that on a spectrum. But just recently I was out in DC advocating for our special needs students. So just some really quick facts on that. IDA was enacted in 1975. Congress promised to pay 40%. And to this day, they failed to fulfill that need. So funding has been very limited from the get-go. And I do appreciate all the work and the creativity behind the work that everybody's doing to ensure that we have the PD and all that support for our most vulnerable students. So I just want to kind of highlight that. And also just to kind of put it in perspective, there has been an increase of special education needs for children 0 to 5, right? And the fastest growing population with special needs is 0 to 5. So all the support that we can find them, any resources for the child, the families, the school sites, even our educators, right? We need to be able to help them so they can be able to help those in their classroom and their family. So again, I just appreciate all the work that everybody's doing behind doors and in the classroom and our district level and in the community to help those families out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lenicky. Okay, so moving on to our first public hearing session, we have the school fees justification study and approval of change in statutory school fees imposed on the new residential and commercial industrial construction. The Buena Park School District posted notice of a public hearing at least 10 days prior to this meeting to allow time for public review of the proposed developer fee study. This public hearing is intended to allow members of the public an opportunity to comment on the study prior to the board's consideration and approval of the resolution 2322, approving a change in statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. Do we have any comments? First hearing session closed. Next we have our general hearing session, which the audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off the agenda per board bylaw 9323. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda should fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. And we do have one card, Carol Bright.
Good evening, Dr. Lee, Governing Board, and Cabinet. BPTA's members would like to thank you for a year full of change and hope. Under Dr. Lee's leadership, our members are beginning to finally feel heard and valued. Dr. Lee and your cabinet have listened to the concerns that have been brought before them and have worked with BPTA collaboratively in looking for solutions and have acted quickly to respond to site issues presented to them. We are grateful for the care and concern the district has demonstrated to make our members feel safe and better informed. While we still have obstacles and challenges ahead, BPTA is optimistic that we will be able to work with Dr. Lee and the district to navigate the challenges remaining. We would like to thank Dr. Lee, the governing board and cabinet for a positive year that has our members hopeful for the future. Our work is far from over, but what we have accomplished together is making a difference, and we are eager to continue this journey with the knowledge we can continue our progress as a district that strives to lead the way and be example for others. BPTA is also delighted to congratulate and honor Dr. Yvette Cantu for leading the way and setting the example for so many throughout her career here at Buena Park School District. Our members would like to thank Dr. Cantu for her many years of stellar leadership and wish her a relaxing and rewarding retirement. We recognize, respect, and appreciate the valuable contributions Dr. Cantu has made to our district. The skills, knowledge, and other positive qualities that Dr. Cantu has instilled in us through example have helped to shape our district. Today, we bid a reluctant farewell to an exceptional leader. On behalf of BPTA and our members, we wish you good luck and success in all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Much deserved, Dr. Cantu. And I guess that's it for this hearing session. We'll move on to our action calendar. Interdistrict transfer request 2425 CAPAK. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2425 CAPAK. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Interdistrict transfer request 2425 RASA 5. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2425 RASA 5. Do you have a motion?
Motion.
Mrs. Strada,
I'll second.
Ms. Shed. Any discussion? Without any discussion, we'll move to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Number C, interdistrict transfer request 2425 SUDHK. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2425 SUDHK. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos,
Second.
Mrs. Strada. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Interdistrict transfer 2425 KIHAK. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of interdistrict transfer request 2425 KIHAK. Do you have a motion?
I'll motion.
Mr. Frutos. No discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. And now we have our public employee appointment. Sari Wong, Chief Academic Officer, effective July 1st, 2024. It is recommended that the governing board approve public employee appointment. Dr. Lee.
I would like to invite Russell Harrison, our Chief Personnel Officer, to do the honors in introducing 3 transformative leaders.
Good evening, President Ahmad and members of the governing board. Our district owes much success and gratitude for the guidance that our amazing Dr. Cantu has provided on behalf of students, staff, and community. In wishing her every joy in her coming retirement, this left a crucial role to fill, and the position was flown not only through EdJoin, which we typically use, but also through AXA's EdCal recruitment boards, both online and in its weekly periodical. It was a pleasure to see many applicants present their candidacy for the position, many of them highlighting their interest in joining our district based on the amazing things that they see happening here in the Buena Park School District as a result of our social media posts. After a thorough process of paper screening, 2 rounds of interviews being held, when it really comes to supporting and building upon the great academic and social emotional heritage here in Buena Park, it is with confidence that we recommend Sari Wong for the position of Chief Academic Officer. Sari is well known across the district as she has demonstrated success in various roles within our district. To highlight some of the achievements of her nearly 20 years, Sari began as a teacher in primary grades before becoming a reading intervention teacher. She then expanded further into educational services by becoming the coordinator of community-based programs and then coordinator of instructional programs. She then headed back to the school sites where she served as assistant principal and later as principal of both Beatty Elementary and Buena Park Middle School. Most recently, Sari has served with distinction across the past 3 years in her role as Director of Educational Programs, building collaboration in committees that include all constituents in the formation of the LCAP and for highly successful rollout of our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Her longtime commitment to our district has built trust within and beyond our organization. When Sari looks to recharge her battery, she loves spending time with family and enjoying food and a good cup of joe. She also enjoys watching her son play Little League Baseball, and we believe that she too will be a home run in this role.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos, Mr. Chong, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Good evening, President Ahmad, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, cabinet, and esteemed guests. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for this opportunity to serve as Chief Academic Officer. I am known as an unemotional one in ed services, but I am getting emotional here. It's been 18 years since I started my journey as an educator, and it began here at the Buena Park School District. And it's truly an honor to serve our students, staff, and families in this broader capacity. And I did share in my interviews that my elementary and secondary education all were held in a private school setting. And it wasn't until I started here at the Buena Park School District in a public school setting that I saw such wide range of experiences and opportunities we give our students. And in a role as a teacher and now as a director, I was able to witness firsthand the impact all these programs bring to our students. And with that, with my 18 years here, I was able to work alongside such, as Dr. Lee shared, dedicated staff who go above and beyond for our students, as we see some here. And also was able to witness just our leadership team, our governing board members, really put our students first and know how to support our staff. And it's a true honor to be part of a team that shares that vision. So thank you again for entrusting me with this role. I look forward to build upon the foundation that's been laid by Dr. Cantu here and to work collaboratively with our BPSC family. So thank you again.
Congratulations. Next, we have our item F, which is our public employee appointment. Joshua Harris, Administrator, Information and Educational Technology, effective July 1st, 2024. It is recommended that the governing board approve the public employee appointment, Joshua Harris, Administrator of Information and Technology, Educational Technology, effective July 1st. Mr. Harris.
After a thorough process of paper screening and also 2 rounds of interviews, following with glowing in-depth reference checks, I'm pleased to report that we have a stellar educator whose wealth of experience and collaborative accomplishments make him an ideal candidate for the position of Administrator of Informational and Educational Technology, Mr. Josh Harris. After completing his bachelor's degree from San Francisco State University, Josh obtained his multiple subject teaching credential and supplemental social science credentials through Cal State University, East Bay. After many years of successful instruction in the classroom, Josh pursued his passion for earning a master's in education with an emphasis in educational technology, shortly thereafter becoming an educational technology specialist in the Fairfield Unified School District, during which he supported over 150 teachers to further instruction through technology-enhanced activities. His successes led to his promotion as the Director of Educational Technology within the Aliso Union School District for the past 8 years. In this role, Josh has oversight for multi-million-dollar budgets for student devices and professional development. He is the platform administrator for many types of district-level software such as Seesaw, Google Workspace, and more. He built and led an EdTech teacher support and professional development team with a team of TOSAs and EdTech liaisons at the school sites. Together, this team coordinated annual technology conferences for certificated and classified staff, which was noted as a significant factor in Aliso's district's 2023 CSBA Golden Bell Award for professional development for teachers. Josh's dedication to continuous learning is evident in his current research and networking to develop guidelines and best practices for generative AI in elementary education. Beyond his professional expertise, Josh brings a well-rounded perspective to the Buena Park School District. At home, Josh and his partner, Dr. Samantha Ducher, share a love for feline companions with their 2 cats, Homer and Ripley. He enjoys reading and writing science fiction and fantasy, a love that extends to playing board and role-playing games. Furthermore, Josh champions the social growth of neurodivergent students through activities such as role-playing games, demonstrating a unique understanding of student needs. For those that know a little bit about D&D, let me share that I know that in finding Josh, we have rolled a natural 20. A rare and positive chance to bring him along as a champion into our party.
Do I have a motion? Mrs. Stratus?
Second.
Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Board President Ahmad, distinguished governing board members, Dr. Lee, Mr. Magbu, Dr. Cantu, Ms. Petit, Mr. Harrison, the onboarding and welcome I've already received, and I haven't even started, has been above any of the other 3 school districts I've worked in. As I enter my 25th year in public education, you will be my 4th home and hopefully my last. I am actually a product of Orange County, having gone to Tewinkle Middle School in Estancia over in Costa Mesa. As Mr. Harrison said, I ran away to San Francisco State and kind of fell in love with Northern California, and am overjoyed and humbled and honored to be returning to Orange County and to be coming into the Buena Park family. I didn't apply anywhere that I didn't research first. And I thought I understood how award-winning this school district was until I saw Beatty's report tonight, and now I'm even more impressed, especially as a 14-year middle school educator myself. My motto in my department that I run currently is investment in teachers is investment in students. And I hope to bring that kind of investment into the teaching profession here, and that will yield fruit to this amazing community, this incredibly diverse community that looks like California itself. I'm incredibly honored, and thank you very much for the chance.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next up, public employee appointment. Rebecca Taylor, principal at Charles G. Emery School, effective July 1st, 2024. It is recommended that the governing board approve the public employee appointment of Rebecca Taylor, principal at Charles G. Emery School, effective July 1st, 2024. Mr. Harrison.
It is a pleasure to be bringing a 3rd recommendation, this time for the position of principal of Emery Elementary. Dr. Rebecca Dominguez Taylor earned her bachelor's in Spanish from UCLA and her multiple subject credential and master's in educational administration from Pepperdine University. And as a lifelong learner, she is currently working on her doctoral degree in organizational leadership. You look up on her screen, Dr. Taylor is joining us via Zoom this evening. She began as one small fish in a huge pond as an elementary teacher in LAUSD, before transferring to Long Beach Unified, where she began to demonstrate her skills in leadership by promoting through positions such as program specialist for English learners, reading interventionist specialist to elementary assistant principal. More recently, Dr. Taylor has been serving for the past 5 years as elementary principal in the Central Coast area. Her skills in recognizing the distinct learning needs of a diverse set of students led to her superintendent tapping her to take on the pivotal role of Director of Special Education, in which she has excelled. Rebecca is delighted to be heading back to Southern California, where she proudly raised her 3 children. In addition to her many other achievements, she states that her greatest joy and successes are her children, who have all graduated from college and are now making positive contributions to the world. In her free time, Rebecca loves to go casual bike riding and enjoys Duffy boat excursions on the bay, so perhaps Dr. Lee can teach her some of her newly acquired sailor talk.
Yes.
She also adores colorful flowers as they provide a sense of joy and beauty to any environment, and our panels are confident that she will help Emory continue to bloom in the proud school and district that we have.
Do I have a motion? Motion. Mr. Frutos. Second,
Second.
Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Well, hello, good evening, board members, Dr. Lee, community. Thank you so much, Russell, for that incredible introduction. And I just have one minor correction. I am not a doctor yet, but I want to be so bad. I'm going to be in 1 more year. But I will be a doctor by the end of next year. That is the goal. So I just want to share with you that I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to have been selected as the principal of Emory. I know what a tremendous honor that is. It is a very accomplished school and a wonderful community, as I have heard repeatedly. And I have watched Buena Park from a distance and also feel admiration for all that this district gives to the community. And I just feel so lucky, so fortunate to have made it to this place in time and be a partner, have been selected to be a partner with you. So I look forward to continue the legacy of Emory and work alongside of all of you to keep the mission of educating children to the best of our ability as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great fun things happening and good things. Moving on to our next item, we have Resolution 2321, Resolution and Order of the Biannual Trustee Election and Specification of the Election Order. It is recommended that the Governing Board approve Resolution 2321, Resolution and Order of the Biannual Trustee Election and Specification of the Election Order. Dr. Lee.
Yes. A consolidated election is required to be held this year for members of specified governing boards in accordance with Ed Code Section 5340. This year's election will be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. A uniform ballot will be furnished and it will contain the names of candidates for all the governing board positions for which the voters of the district are entitled to vote at that election. All names, including incumbents, shall be listed by randomized alphabetical drawing, which is conducted by the Secretary of State. The cost of conducting consolidated elections will be prorated by the registrar of voters among the school districts concerned.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Chong.
Second.
Ms. Shed. And then this is a resolution, so I will need roll call. Mr. Chong.
Aye.
Ms. Shed.
Aye.
Ms. Strato.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have approval of the Coatson Foundation for the Art of Teaching grant. It is recommended that the Governing Board approve and accept the funds for the continued participation in the Coatson Foundation for the Art of Teaching program. Dr. Lee.
Yes, the next school year, 2 schools will participate in the Coatson Foundation for the Art of Teaching Professional Development. Gilbert Elementary School will have round 2. Teachers will be offered professional development, mentoring, and collaboration time with other participants as they gain expertise in a self-selected area of instruction. Whitaker Elementary School teachers now in Coats and Post Fellowship year, which we call PFY, are offered professional development opportunities for their school selected focus, collaboration time, and resources.
Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Mr. Chong? Mr. Frutos? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have approval of RFP number 2402 BPSD ELOP 0405 2024 option 5. It is recommended that the governing board approve the award of the RFP 2402 BPSD ELOP 0405 2024. All the numbers are just getting all gibbered. Option 5 to Advantage Communications, Inc. and ASAP SoCal. Dr. Lee.
Yes. The board approved permission to solicit RFPs and act to award RFPs for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program on March 11th, 2024. Upon review of the submitted applications, Buena Park School District will be awarding contracts to Advantage Communications, which is our speech program, and ASEP SoCal, which is our chess masters program.
Okay, do I have a motion?
A motion.
Shed? Second. Mrs. Strato, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of Resolution 2324 recognizing May 18th as National Speech Pathologist Day. It is recommended that the governing board approve Resolution 2324 recognizing May 18th as National Speech Pathologist Day. Dr. Lee.
Yes, we would like to take a moment to just extend our gratitude to our SLPs for their tireless effort to support students. I'm going to send my little heart to them. We love our SLPs.
Awesome. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Second.
Ms. Shed, and it's a roll call, so I will, Mr. John?
Yes.
Ms. Shed?
Yes.
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 And I'm a yes. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of Resolution 2322 approving a change in statutory school fees imposed on the new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. It is recommended that the governing board accepts the school fee justification study and approve Resolution 2422 approving a change in statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Education Code Section 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. And that was the public hearing session that we had at the beginning. Dr. Lee?
Yes, Education Code 17620 authorizes the governing board of a school district to levy school fees to offset the impacts on school facilities from new residential and commercial/industrial construction and reconstruction. Buena Park School District shares the developer fees with the Fullerton Joint Union High School District. We receive 66.67% of all fees collected. The high school district receives 33.33% of all fees collected. The high school district acts as the collecting agent and throughout the year transfers fees collected to the district.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mrs. Strato?
Second.
Ms. Shed, and it is a resolution. Mr. Chong?
Aye.
Ms. Shed?
Aye.
Mrs. Strato? Mr. Burgess?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of Resolution 2323, resolution of the Buena Park School District for California Schools Healthy Air Plumbing and Efficiency Program. It is recommended that the governing board approve Resolution 2323 of the Buena Park School District of California Schools Healthy Air Plumbing and Efficiency Program. Dr. Lee.
Yes, the district in partnership with Veregi Pacific, we will apply for the HVAC upgrade and replacement phase of the grant. The district is replacing the oldest HVAC units in the district through the HVAC replacement project. The CalShape grant will cover the additional HVAC units that are eligible for an upgrade or replacement. This resolution provides the necessary authority for the district to pursue the grant.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll
Frutos?
second.
Ms. Shed, and it is a resolution. Mr. Chong?
Yes.
Ms. Shed?
Aye.
Mrs. Strato? Mr. Frutos?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval, if there are any teachers listening in, they'll be very happy for this next one. Approval to award RFP BPSD copiers, RFP 0408 to 2024 district copiers. It is recommended that the governing board approve the award of the for copiers and components, equipment, services, software installation, and configuration related to copiers to C3 Tech. Dr. Lee.
Yes, the board approved permission to solicit RFPs and to act to award RFPs for copiers, leasing, and copier services on February 13th, 2024. And on April 25th, 2024, the district received a total of 7 proposals. The lowest yet most responsible proposal was from C3 Tech.
Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Second.
Mr. Chong. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval to award the 2024 district painting bid. It is recommended that the governing board award the 2024 this one's misspelled BPSD painting RFP 0415-2024 exterior painting of BPMS and Emory Schools bid to AJ Vistas Corporation. Dr. Lee.
Yes, as a part of the district's maintenance plan, the painting work is required for various sites across the district. It is anticipated that the cost of the effort will exceed the minimum contract price to qualify as a public works project under CUPCA, excuse me. Thank you, Mikey. The district has determined that AJ Vistas Corporation is a qualified firm and the lowest and responsible bidder for painting Buena Park Middle School and Emory Elementary.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mrs. Strato.
Second.
Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval to award the 2024 district asphalt bid. It is recommended that the governing board award the 2403 BPSD asphalt RFP 04152024 district asphalt project bid to Century Paving. Dr. Lee.
Yeah. As a part of the district's maintenance plan, asphalt work is required for various sites across the district. The district has determined that Century Paving is a qualified firm and the lowest yet most responsible bidder.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up, we have permission to go to bid, waste management and trash disposal services. It is recommended that the governing board authorize district staff to advertise in accordance with the provisions of the Public Contract Code 20112. Dr. Lee.
The district requires waste management and trash disposal services to support the district's needs. The goal will be to award a 3-year contract with the option to renew for up to 2 additional years to the lowest responsible bidder for waste management and trash disposal services.
Do I have a motion?
A motion.
I'll second.
Ms. Shed and Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Authorization to solicit bids or proposals for hosted voice over IP VoIP equipment, hosting services, communication support, and 911 emergency support. It is recommended that the governing board give authorization to solicit bids or proposals for hosted voice over IP VoIP equipment, hosting services, communication support, and 911 emergency support. Dr. Lee.
Based on our telephone and communications assessment, current communication practices, and continuous consultation with staff and district managers, the determination has been made to replace our on-premise VoIP and a hosted VoIP service via a formal bid or RFP.
Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Second.
Mr. Chong and Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm in, motion passes 5-0. Consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. Mr. Chong, do you have anything to remove?
Nothing to remove.
Shed?
I don't have anything.
Estrada? Mr.
Nothing for
Bridges?
me.
And I have nothing to remove. So do I have a motion to approve items on consent calendar from A through O?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos?
Second.
And Ms. Estrada? All those in favor?
Aye.
Now I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Information correspondence, Williams Settlement Legislation, third quarter report. Dr. Lee.
I'm happy to report there has been no findings for our Williams Settlement Legislation Report for Buena Park Middle School.
Thank you. Major topics 23, 24. Dr. Lee,
Yes, and there has been no changes made to this list submitted from the last board meeting.
thank you. Moving on to closed session. Conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District, Labor Relations, Buena Park Teacher Association, Government Conference Code 54957.6, Labor Relations, California School Employee Association, Chapter 569, Government Conference Code 54957.6, Labor Relations, Non-Represented Management and Confidential Contract Employees, Government Conference Code 54957.6, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Conference with Angelina Pride, CSBA Facilitator, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion.
Mr. Rudy. And Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0 at 6:44. We will go into closed session. Do I have a motion to reconvene?
I'll second.
Shed, Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0 at 9:44. I think it was 6:44. Yeah, exactly. It was 6:44 and now 9:44. Reporting out of closed session, there is nothing to report. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion.
Second.
Mrs. Strata and Mr. Frutos, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0 at 9:44. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, everyone.
Exactly 3 hours. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
No, I want to get this done so that it's just been. You don't have to wait forever. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, so we'll have more time to set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's our goal. I know them.
She's so good. You made it so easy. Thank you. Aw. Thank you.
So, yeah.